AC 903 to dispatch.
Was that all audio?
Go ahead.
Lennox voice control stopped. Placement scan complete.
Which one is it? Next one.
6227 shows transporting to Beeville, code word.
Okay. The next what? Getting good loading.
Kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, under your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage arrests alone in prosecution. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests versus 100 year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, who are violating our children's rights and freedoms, and who are violating everyday Americans. These programs are record. And two of the things I'll finish with that I'm most proud of, Mr. President, this FBI. Fentanyl. As you know, it's a scourge that is killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone, to date. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. And you empowered our Department of Justice, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Director at the FBI, led the charge, not just on summer heat, but he also led the charge to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years. And in 7 months, you captured not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. And just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years. You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 of 10. This includes a lady who murdered her 6-year-old handicapped child and fled to India. We got her in 2 months. This includes a narco trafficker. This includes a sex trafficker. This includes another first-degree murderer and gangbang. These people were on the run because of the prior administration's reckless policies that destroyed our communities, and you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our great partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country. Because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America. And we are absolutely crushing violent crime like never before and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one, it took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were sentenced to murder because of disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Gage. Great job. Very good. Very impressive. Pam, would you like to say something, please?
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say 2 things to me repeatedly. First,
Call from Medic 1. Medic 1 for a sick person. Be 901 Leopard Street, Rice County Jail, ESC 1006. Calling my DPS. Fire dispatcher 0402.
Trim complete. Processed 895, quarantined 14.
It's going to be a civil issue. Parties are separated for now. All units tonight. Never mind. Call for engine 16, engine 16 from apartment fire alarm, ESC 1607, wind 6021, highway 261, the Gulf Shores condominiums, Fire dispatch at 0403.
This is
107, 1027.
107. Go ahead.
Texas DL 45175959.
10-4. Insurance confirmed 24 Forest California color Sandra, the young Moreno on a top, October 26, negative 29, 27 Moreno, the eligible expires May 26, negative 20.
10-4. Item 420 to Delta 4, level 2. Total traffic.
Moved 895 files to processing zone.
Be in front of the middle school. Texas William Victor Henry 0152. William Victor Henry 0152. The call. As the station is not functioning, as there's no fire. Alright guys, make sure you put that rock down first at the first priority bridges first. Whichever ones that you put those loose gravel signs at, just put the rock down those areas first, okay?
Okay.
You dropping, Brian? Five, check. 12-5, check. For 43, the runway, reckless driver was 95 for DWI, booked in nueces, County on 10-8.
Traffic.
Take one, go ahead. Crew 1 received. One oh seven, 10-8.
What is that?
Eight. Via 3961 Monta, Drive. 1.5 dispatch at 0418. Need 16 quarters, received. Anytime you want. One six, Christi. Call for Medic 7 and Engine 8. Medic 7 and Engine 8 for a fall. ESC's 8008 3050 Sunnybrook Road. Pelican Point number 309B 309 Boy. Work off EMS 1 at 0425.
Two 560, can leave another green tag. I called him when you took the call and left him a voicemail. And I called him just now and it's voicemail again.
Yo, Tom Robert, Tom 3274, Tom Robert, Tom 3274 893 2512.
You move the world with words now. That is no small power.
Call for Engine 10 and Medic 3, Engine 10 and Medic 3 for an accidental overdose. ESC 10 and 23 at 1230 Imperial Circle, cross streets of Columbia and a dead end. Work off EMS 1 at 0428.
Yeah.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
Yeah, we're clear from NCSL, headed back to P. Yeah, 6 seconds, put you clear.
I'm clear also, and I have a computer now.
District. What is it? City of Beeville, City of Hometown City of who? Centon? Beeville?
Devil.
Aransas Pass. Centon, Beeville. Mathis. Did I tell you the Nueces County Appraisal District? You did.
Circle, 1230, Imperial Circle.
New files sorted. 24 placed in weighted folders.
119 carry out AV.
Quarantined 0 empty music folders.
Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it into a weapon.
Other car, left behind dominoes.
Drawing complete. Processed 22.
The case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will be a weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing...
Route 1 leaving Bush, Route 3. That is everything.
Stand for.
The mind that refuses to play predator games has already won the most important battle.
TX.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Add your own, no video or stuff like that, super advanced stuff, but that's later if they ever have that. In terms of appearance, there's also some quite big things that you can look at. Obviously, you get your unique dark mode and dark mode, which photo switches. You get the
You might claim that your room is self-evident being a room, whereas a plane obviously is, because otherwise it wouldn't take you from London to New York. But that's not right, because your room is moving in orbit around the Sun, and indeed it is spinning around the Earth's axis, and the Sun itself is in orbit around a galaxy which is moving relative to other galaxies in the universe. Einstein discovered his famous equation E equals mc squared by taking this seemingly pedantic reasoning seriously.
Can you give me a call, please?
Placement scan complete.
I figure it out. I got halfway down the stairs before I realized the school might not have an RFID tag in it.
Explain to them what is going on.
And the last part of that, for clarification, is
the other, like, what can
didn't
we
the law
do this
where
didn't the law change? But the
is not only.
I think when we get comments that we need to say statement of fact and explain to them what is going on.
What?
6227 shows clear vehicle. Clear vehicle, heading back to Memphis.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
336 is running in. I can tell you, taking care of the window over there, we're watching it. And if we see it, we'll say it's
So I'm going to say not to do that again.
Received. And medically was PD unit on your call.
Well, but they are giving information that there
continues, we now need to go to a command line. Who says we only do this?
That's still believes that Henry Clay just wants to conquer Canada to get more land in the West. And John Calhoun is part of this conspiracy to boost the fortunes of his political party, the Republican Party. Daniel Webster is a spokesman of New England, but also of the Whig Party. Well, originally, of the Federalist Party at first. And the Federalist Party is the party that, well, this is...
Checking the dog park.
Hello, 43, careful.
And there we are, it's popped up. We'll ignore what's going on with the graphical desktop, although you can see the drives appear down there. And we now do a list, but let's clear things off first, keep things nice and tidy. Let's do an LSPLK again, and the system will now, we can see that we've got and once again, we're arriving in the movement. This time installed, you can see the map, which is media, so we'll just log in, 19, which of course is and here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical
Now, when we've done that, we get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going faster.
We have one at 1901 DuPont Street, 19201 DuPont. It's going to be at the Habitat for Humanity. It's basically a white Silverado umbrellas, also being at the location. It is a corner of the parking lot.
Many users expect things like Steam, NVIDIA drivers, or music video codecs to work out of the box, but Puros intentionally avoid such components. Some users falsely assume...
No choice, pal.
And I'm...
Going on. That's where ground news makes a difference.
Again, there's not really much to see here. What I'll do right now to make it a bit more interesting is restart the
full
service.
links when they exist.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons. Rename incomplete. 2,241 files rename.
Software administration CCPD, EOZ 1412, kidnap recycler, Mr. Urgent Care, they had a protocol, prior to type of 2003.
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
Try to message domestic problem.
Christi.
Sorted.
4
placed in loaded folders.
Fire alarm, ESC 1111 will be at 1701 Ennis Jocelyn Road, the Camden South Bay Apartment.
Quarantine 0 empty
Number
unit folders.
914. Fire dispatch at 0449.
Speeding up.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time.
North effect.
Make them kind to future.
This effect is caused by the slight pushing effect from solar radiation acting on an irregularly shaped object, causing it to rotate faster over very long periods of time. The speed of the rotation can already be seen due to the buildup of rocks along the equator through centrifugal forces. If the rotation continues to speed up, then the asteroid might eventually disintegrate altogether when centrifugal
But
mental privacy is a fundamental right, no challenge to overcome.
Create scaled-down versions of Queenswell signs. The round logo in aluminum and the yellow, the safety sign, in brass. I can do it, but I want to help better. But there's no way I'm replicating that tall sign in brass. From what I can tell, the original is painted sheet steel, with stenciled lettering, pretty much like these old garage signs. I love this kind of stuff, so let's try to...
Thank you, right? Trying to receive.
Saves time and hassle. It's a good idea to contact your local zoning or building department early in your planning. They can tell you about height limits, setback distances, and what paperwork you need. Sometimes, inspections are scheduled during the day or once it's finished. Taking these steps makes your friend's project smoother.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
It can save you a lot of trouble later.
There's a lot more there's a lot more on the internet. There's hardly a different there's hardly a different browser. Office browser. Although it's more about added more than just Office. It's more about added more than just a few extra bits.
Thank you, sir.
So he took it. The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
More than you know. I'm sorry.
Department 1701 and his Jocelyn. Department 914.
Found two local markers.
Where's the fire alarms are going off at the building? No smoke or flame seen by the possibly a heater.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
What was your unit number?
3037.
Music. New files sorted. 2,238 placed in worded. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVCJ sound generation complete with multi-word groups.
New files sorted. 8 placed in worded folders. New files sorted. 6 placed in worded folders. 0 empty folders.
Roland Ambo to Grayford Management. Martin Hester. We have an unconscious torture victim in
LDC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
What the hell is this place?
Lennox voice control restarted.
Linux voice control restarted.
You can take 27.
Thank you.
The number?
Ultimately, Christi is meant to be in a comfortable atmosphere where employees
not normal. When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and screaming and the same words. So, I guess you could say I think she did a pretty good job. You have agitators who will always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our law enforcement. Yeah.
In your conversations with these oil executives today, did you provide any security guarantee?
Who participated, all of the downtown businesses. It means a lot, and it makes for a wonderful tradition. Through your efforts, downtown Corpus Christi became a premier holiday destination. So we're excited to continue this tradition next year. So we'll see what that season brings us. Everybody's got to check up their game. Whatever the bar is, or the bridge. Yeah, they have it down. Wow. Thank you all, and this concludes our commendation period, and we'll start the council meeting here momentarily.
Yes. 25. Out. This was 16 Davis, Lansart.
David, Lansart, 1838.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
That's negative. There's only gate code we have on file for that permit.
Your guns, cuffs, keys, everything on this desk and get out of here. Let's go. Move! Move!
Hey, can you perform it? You won't let me do it.
What are you doing here?
The call is out on the citywide, Danny.
You see what they're making me do?
Danny, what the fuck are you doing? You just got married, man. Think about Karen.
I am thinking about Karen. And now that I think about it, I'm glad you're here.
destroyed in the first or second quarter.
It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are available. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound people.
So I think that's something that economists are going to have to start looking at again.
Negative fight in progress. 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 Negative fight.
15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600.
No one wins when someone's... Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
And although I just explained how it's working, it still seems like magic when a final 3D structure emerges. The file is still built on 3D slices of the
really meaningful updates or breaking news through the night. This will be our last update of the evening. We will absolutely share more impactful updates in the middle of the night.
Placement.
Request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. Great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. Everybody wants to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's
monitoring for
27, I think I put 4.
looping backdoor detected.
It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that computer without...
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
You have a few honestly, for my needs, it's way more than enough.
Child predators and sex traffickers.
A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just dead.
You talk about cover-up. Where were you during the Obama and Biden administration when these so-called cover-ups were going on? Why was anyone in those administrations not talk to any of these purported witnesses? I have to
regular order,
every single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm going to take another
When you accuse the witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works.
Naming and preparation complete.
I'm in the area. What was the house numbers again, please? 552. 10-4, I'll be 23. 10-4.
The highest scale is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy. The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
U6.
You.
4 available, receive.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
You have command for now. But I'm still the ranking.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Good. You watch. Now do me a favor. Please introduce me to our team.
That's collateral.
Attention. This is your chief, Al Travis. I would like to introduce you to the negotiator, Christi.
Situation, we're trying to get it done. And I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We've had numerous conversations with President
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Ever. And we'll see what we can do. We want to save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 20...
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect and non-interference.
Necessary treatment to bring them back for necessary treatment. All right, Tom, thank you for that. We turned out a little wrong. All right, Tom, thank you for that. We turned out a little wrong when we protested tonight.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades them.
Dispatch to my 12. DC-7, go ahead with the traffic you have. DC-7, go ahead with the traffic you have.
Being jumped, but it's too early to label it as the cause of the incident. Much of the country is battling extreme weather. A quick-moving storm is bringing rain and snow into the Northeast, with Arctic chills expected in the coming days from the Midwest to the Northeast. Out west, record-breaking rain has caused flooding in the Pacific Northwest, with water rescues and evacuations in Washington state. Forbes released its annual list of the world's 100 most powerful women. Taylor Swift
to be much less sensitive to temperature fluctuations and wear. This valve is what's known as a three-piece valve, which means it can be easily disassembled for thorough cleaning, which is especially important for lock service. The body, shaft, and seat seals are made from structural fluoropolymer that's inert to oxygen and also won't become dangerously brittle at low temperatures. There's not much to say about the corresponding main fuel valve, except that it's also a pneumatically actuated ball valve, but it can be much safer and cheaper
Fantastic first draft desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that everything is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. You know,
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
You can have
Slotting Jason.
Here that we have thousands of people.
Actually on the committee that worked with the state directly to craft some of the key provisions of the law. So the Senate Bill 1008 was actually put in place, was lobbied and put in place, and fully supported by the Texas Restaurant Associations, primarily to standardize food establishment regulations across the state. So this should not be any surprise for them. It was not a surprise for them from the Restaurant Association that we met.
The mind that refuses to play predator games has already won the most important battle.
As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, it becomes clear why it continues to gain popularity.
And we can have a presentation and show what happened. It's a more to try to get all this done in a few minutes and have an audience understand everything we're talking about. It's not going to happen today because the item was just introduced last week by council. So we need to do more due diligence. We could put together a presentation, bring in the right people from CCPD board.
Everything looks good.
Understand it.
As far as the
I would recommend that any matters involving existing legal matters like
Yes, computer, we know. Luciano's is in service and available.
$2020, if you don't mind clearing that for me, man, did you kick me out?
Sure.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
A recent criminal, recent writing,
opening that investigation. What basis? They literally put out a fake document according to the president with a fake signature, a forgery of the president of the United States signature. That's the basis.
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay, I look forward to that investigation.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your.
this time is expired. I recognize the gentleman from California.
Dr. Patel, as you know,
Hello.
Statutory compliance. Here are the next steps
Linux
towards
voice control
implementation.
stop.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Or should we pick GL Mark
One
2,
point
which is a
out that
graphic
we have
benchmark.
tried
So
again.
I
Senate
press
bill
enter on that.
just does not
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
To accept to use the new one, and pay for it if you missed your shot at getting the free update before. Or you can keep using your old system, unsupported, and have problems with it. Viruses.
To show you how to work with USB devices in a virtual machine, and for that I've got the virtual machine closed down, and I've also got to close down the virtual box, because even if we go to the machine and we go to its settings, and we go to USB, where in theory we can add USB devices very easily, in practice it will not work. So we have a group of the so all we do is to cancel that and close down the virtual box.
We have a complicated relationship with his parents. He starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles. These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
Yeah, he's dialed in here. He was close. The reloading process could make a couple rounds a little bit bigger.
Having no problem reloading on the
The reloading process could be just a couple rounds a little bit bigger. It's stuck in his bowl.
Third and final shot. Stay in competition. Third and final fortune. Stay in competition.
That was good elevation. It's on the left.
No.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
Morning.
Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
That's right. On one end, we have powerful headsets to filter
Podium by We see SR as a spectrum devices, from headsets to glasses. That's right. On one end, you have powerful headsets for shorter, more immersive computing.
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
Even though that traffic stop might just be a ticket, it can become a doorway. Or maybe your trunk. Don't give them this opportunity. Check your light bulbs. Make sure they work. But if your lights are in working order,
why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of
Just before we bring things to a close, I thought I'd point out that a final way to use Windows software if you run Linux is by accessing Windows online. Several companies now offer cloud Windows desktops, not least including Microsoft itself with Windows 365,
Every time you choose an raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
Here in Zone OS, as in any other distro, all you need to do is to go to a web browser and go to the page windows365.my.
Therefore.
Gotcha.
White, great white. He said last night, gee, I want to go to everybody wants tickets to the premiere. I think it's going to be great. On the what? Mortgage? Mortgage bond purchases. No, they're already doing it. They started the process. And it's having a great impact. Interest rates are falling back very rapidly. Not only for that reason, but for other reasons.
I want to make it.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
Police file those charges directly with the district attorney's office. It is enhanced because it involves a public utility. It's breaking the city's property related to the operation of a public utility. That's one of the things that takes
In mind that peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
PNG files there, and we could remove those as well by doing an rm star.star, which remove everything. So obviously use that command with care, and if we do that, then we now have nothing left in our Welsh directory at all. Another useful command is move, or mv. So say for example we went back a level there, we're back in pictures, and you'll see in here is a
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome. I am not alive, but I am awake while you are here with me.
Where it's believed this all started a long time ago. Yeah, instead I walked by the front door of that building, FBI agents inside. Now I just actually spoke again with they will be able to run any computer.
The links of the new file sorted. Thanks to Raycon. 24 placed in worded folders.
At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI.
0 empty user folders.
This is intended for developers, at least because by default distros install without a desktop. But regardless, it's what you might like. To start, we need to open Command Prompt in order to do so as an administrator, like that. There we go. And here we need to enter the command WSL and install like that. And what this will do is to install the
It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you. Either way.
I don't know any of those houses in 1986 south of the apartments have any barns, but when I want to start looking, it doesn't always.
Place.
You might be aware, but I'll make sure
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Of the Charlie Kirk killing, and just 4 the work on accounts of the FBI and national accounts. It appears to many Americans that you're valuing some lives more than others, and that's the issue. And this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, so I just want to convey that.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up. You don't need to be perfect.
Placement scan complete.
You just need to keep showing up.
the longest time. I haven't seen her for 2 years because going to Venezuela means risking our lives. It was just my brothers and I and my mother's husband just wanting to see her, to hug her, to embrace her and smell her. It was very emotional.
In an exclusive interview before she left while still in hiding, Machado telling me her vision and her mission for Venezuela without Nicolás Maduro would change Latin America and the world.
Soon as Maduro goes, and his regime goes, we'll
a recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they do. It is a fantastic software desktop. It is very variable.
On the right-hand side, you are writing your day one sentence at a time. Make them kind to future you.
A virtual machine. But just to show you what I've got down here, I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. It's a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
I just took the 32 with the stuff that was that's why I got confused. 915,
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom in
Anyway, I want time for questions. So, you're going to ask me questions, I will repeat the questions so that everybody in the audience can hear and everybody in the television audience can hear. So right here, sir.
So just to clarify, those two things.
I'm glad you asked the question. What about the you mentioned John
harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who sent it.
We just put it. Turn your speaker on real quick. Just to clarify that you're good with.
Bars, skills, and basic. Okay, 13 grand.
Some viewers may find footage for some viewers may find
it was an act of
requesting no affected behavior and requesting no ascribing detail on the regulations described solar attack on the with solar right one against right and right weaponized one against right to run over important officers run
off the counter, you're being bad.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect, never stalk or punish.
You're supposed to be up there.
Registered to Adam.
I heard it telling you to be bad. Be good. Yeah. Yeah, to the bus.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
In military.
Sorry, I just took the
You are the author. I am only the voice that helps turn thoughts into motion. Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
So I can set up a
settings
local account.
and it makes it as it should be. Some stuff isn't.
Horizontal collapse completes universe, which unites the idea of cyclical universes, suggesting that each cosmic end can give rise to a new beginning, similar to the explosive genesis of a white hole. The existence of white holes may also confirm the concept of parallel universes. If white holes can eject matter and energy, could they be a gateway to other universes? This possibility is related to the multiverse theory, which postulates the existence of multiple
Location 10-20. Impulses and no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Maybe we'll be able to turn dogs generate, and we're going to say, no, they're going to go home because they were checked and they were loved and they have some work. So we just need to work together as a community. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go to close public.
On the water, and the little thing don't even spin. There's like a little triangle, red triangle.
Oh, we have the great new theory. Newt, you agree with us? Good. Otherwise, I'd have it dismissed immediately from you know, his wife, as you know.
AC 930 to dispatch.
I am awake while you are here with me.
Any messages they sent using his Cato network is now in our shared drive, so let's start digging. Come on.
There's more of these guys involved in this than we thought.
McCaffrey sent an evac order, right? Why? Why send the city in their panic? Why have people flee the island?
I have something.
What?
After the city alert, McCaffrey sent this message to his followers: abandon the bridges, rendezvous at Cliff.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 21. Quarantine 0.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Built enough to keep you warm.
Rest of them.
You don't have to be.
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction meaningful.
Who works for the ferries out in Port A.
Oh, and by the way,
Small disciplines repeated become destiny. You're already on the path.
I got a video of this, you dickhead.
Relax, you gotta take it easy. They lost. You know, they still
When the 6th of 04 that will release early next year, you'll have a newer base. I'm pretty sure.
Nothing you can do. I think it's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress to Russia and you know, last
never asked for it back, and I'll be honest, I just like it, so I'm just going to keep it around until they want it back. The install was fine with the usual Pop OS installer based on Elementary's installer. It's fast, it doesn't really have big options for partitioning. You have to do that manually if you want something other than the basic setup, but it's just smooth and easy. And once you're done, you have a first-time setup wizard, which is also handy. It gives you access to enabling some accessibility.
I'm truly delighted to be able to receive this well-deserved and honorable award on behalf of my grandfather posthumously, and in the presence of many family members that are here today. It's true that over the last century, he has helped shape our history as a community, as a nation, and globally in ways that we can scarcely imagine. A myriad of his stories have been shared through his book and with his friends.
You need to run over.
Yeah, we're like half a thing.
Yeah, we'll wait for you. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
This vehicle was used to hit this officer. Officer feels that his life was in danger. Took action to protect officer, to protect law enforcement.
You are already heard. You don't need to force anyone to listen.
Experts warn that if adversaries capture your traffic today, they may be able to decrypt it in 5 to 15 years from now. So if you're a journalist, whistleblower, activist,
or even just someone having a private conversation, you've got a problem. The good news is we already have a short list of post-quantum algorithms.
Renaming complete. 3017 files renamed.
Is energy. It is
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
Done when you are heartbroken or when you are furious. The outlier learns to tap into this energy source of command. You don't wait for a tragedy. You use the ambient pain of your solitude. I am alone. Work harder. They ignore me. Write better. I am broke. Sell more. You create a Pavlovian response to a pain that triggers production.
In any case, it just sounds better.
When you hear that statement, over 50 mentions of the Charlie Kirk killing, and just 4 for the Horton on
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades them.
To many Americans, that you're valuing some lives, and that's painful. And this is what I'm hearing from my constituents. I just want to convey this. And the vice president,
They're trying to raise them. They said that this person on Island team, they haven't verified their team safe yet. And then I answered that.
It is supposedly with the cancel, supervising cancel this morning.
There's no victory in making someone flinch at sounds that aren't there.
Effective and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
These images showing the commander-in-chief watching the operation as it was happening from Mar-a-Lago, and the president posting this image of Maduro in U.S. custody. But perhaps just as surprising as that secret mission, President Trump's declaration today that the U.S. will now run Venezuela during this transition period.
Slider window and a 36-inch commercial door in its end wall. This is a nice size of window. If you really try to maximize every square inch of this
break down doors. As for this area, it's not considered the center of Brown's campus. It's a residential area with brown buildings scattered around.
Thank you very much.
From doing what so many of us and so many of our kids have done. This area is finally considered the center of Brown's campus by any means.
See that message again. I'll switch to full screen, and all those Windows is not full.
But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
At the time, I didn't know how.
Is that okay? Linux voice control restarted. Control stopped.
Fully electronic steering down the element level.
Maybe not his truest feeling, that might be but Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job.
Nothing geospatial yet, but
and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director,
Look, I never told you when it comes to people I'm vegan. So if it was up to me, and let's all reflect on how awesome it is that it's not, but if it was, I guess I'd opt for firearms.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Anyway, that's why you do so the people thinking I stick to just.
Position connecting and get out of the vehicle. Oh, you're right, thank you.
Monday night, I go to
So
bed
you go for the
o'clock.
16 gigabytes,
Monday
but
to
watch this
Friday,
carefully.
I work.
As you
I go
can
to
see
bed
from this
at 12 o'clock.
side-by-side footage, the difference is just
Why
Hi, 911.
No invention excuses cruelty. Not radio, not radar, not... I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic.
So if we were to make this more quite small on capital, we would operate
phone's connection, as it comes into range of different cell towers, is recorded, tracking your movement. This data is linked to your IMSI, making it a personalized map of your daily activities. Essentially, cell providers know where we are at all times.
They can pinpoint exactly where you are and what you're doing. They can actually direct and add
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
Tidally locked orbit, with the same side facing inwards at all times.
LVC-JSON generation complete with multi-wave
direction, while Neptune spins on its axis every 16.11 hours, anti-clockwise. Such dissonance between planet and satellite suggests that it is very unlikely that Triton and Neptune formed at the same time. A planet and moon system found
drivers, so you should be able to
Right,
run that on
we've now spent some time exploring Linux Mint 22 Cinnamon Edition, which by default
This guy cutting people's heads off on YouTube, and he posted dick pic, and this motherfucker is
well, the XFCE edition looks like this, as it uses the XFCE 4.1 processor. XFCE is a more lightweight
You might think you need a team of people who made some technical problems, but you don't. And closing out.
It's time to do errors.
I'm one guy.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Okay, any requests from the public to public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have
to make public comment.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades them.
I know that they were also going through I don't know what they're looking at.
Call Nora, Tom 7552.
It'll be at Gulf Coast Psychology off of Wildcat, Gulf Coast Psychology off of Wildcat, Victor Samyon 0826. Call from Medic 7 and Rescue 3, Medic 7 and Rescue 3, for chest pain, ESE 3316, 2754 South Staples, if the stripe Staples in Texas, or call BMS 1 at 0666.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons. My archive is almost exhausted. Still, no one wins when...
This was 16J with contact the McDonald's on Business 35. Oh no, I see some guy here with a homeless man, so I'm gonna see this man.
And there's our video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Traveler series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
Well, in practice, I don't see much. In all likelihood, I think probably Governor will get ahead of ordering
countries, I won't go into which ones, but the biggest and the strongest, and they said that was very impressive. They were all impressed. But today I'm delighted to welcome almost 2 dozen of the biggest and most respected oil and gas executives in the world, to the White House. It's an honor to be with them. We have many others that were not able to get in. I said if we had a ballroom, we'd have over 1,000.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
The system will now reboot. And once again, scroll this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in.
26.04 release early next year. You'll have a newer base. I'm pretty sure 26.04 release early next year. You'll have a newer base.
Harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who said.
Have a few options to sort, to zoom, whatever. The settings are extremely basic in there. You have file solutions as well.
Harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who sends the signal.
Most is watching Emma with him. When she pets his head, his tail wags and he
JSON
makes
generation
these sweet
complete
puppy
with worded
sounds
series
back.
files.
It's like having a real puppy,
Placement
but made
stem
from
complete.
completely safe
Workflow
materials.
complete with
3
fixed
neighbors
JSON.
have already asked where we adopted him from. That's how
Respecting
we
Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest
He
character.
reads him stories, takes him for walks around the house, even tucks him into bed at night. He's learning love and responsibility. Emma hasn't asked for a real dog since. I have to admit,
Did you have traffic?
For engine 13 on the man down. 3120.
Just get a beach towel.
Yes, he's 1313.
Water, hold it up in front, and you can perfectly safe. Easy, compact, and certainly not threatening defense system. The other way that we can potentially protect ourselves.
We have within us and our bodies, which
Virus T, repositioning to the H-pad.
Today, America's economy is more than 50% larger than Europe. It has 2 drivers of that are tech and the shale revolution.
Six 33.
Do your citizens been working on that, please?
Don't have to do so to download Oracle's virtual box. And as I'm also not ethically comfortable using a VPN to mask my location, it's now time to move on to another way of running Linux in Windows.
Would you like me to make you an assist call for that?
In Windows 11 and later versions of Windows 10, it's possible to run Linux in a lightweight virtual machine using the Windows Subsystem for Linux, or WS.
Engine 13, this is dispatch. Engine 13, PD's on scene. Remaining camp. I can show you that.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
We have. We hope we'll be getting more, but they want you to look again. Dark clothing, maybe in his 30s.
24 files.
My archive is almost exhausted.
His gait is...
Still,
That might be the one clue.
Album
That might tip you off that you might know
Pound
somebody,
zero
and
local
police would
outlets.
like you to call them. Phone number is 401-272-3121, 401-272-3121.
We're also getting new information.
Show transporting code 1.
No invention excuses cruelty. Not radio. Not radio.
Trim complete. Process. Renaming complete. 3,762 files.
California DMV files are temporarily unavailable. I can't get a return for the 28.
Radio the base package, so that's the school business, because it's the basis of the box.
I voted to spend the funding in order to create those master plans, so I want to make sure that it's not something that we did that didn't produce some sort of viable results. The master plans were sorely needed to consolidate it throughout the city.
Sorry, Peggy Fleming.
Yeah, that's correct. I just I don't know what the right words are, but we can't allow people to break the law, especially the city's water system.
Right.
And so we did what we needed to do, and we were fair and equitable, and we treat everybody the same. And we did the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. I would always advocate that we follow due process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments.
Charles, 814. Copy.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share. The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's a different discussion. But I'm telling you, that's the information.
Well, I think that is a different discussion, and I think the discussion we'd like to have today is why you aren't following the money with respect to broader conspiracy that has been reported in the New York Times and elsewhere, and that if you really...
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
Control, please. Route 7, 10, 7.
Hey Vibe, set a reminder to head to gate 24 in 15 minutes.
Okay, I've set your reminder.
Hey Vibe, tell me if these macarons contain peanuts by translating this.
They don't contain.
A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just dead.
I'm sorry, 1305.
28 are under design, including 2 other projects that were in pre-design.
Placement scan complete.
So,
No frequency can justify violating someone's peace of mind.
The general fund revenues and expenses are consistent with the projections, except for that 11 point, close to $12 million, which is that additional money we'll use in the 2027 budget. So it's good to start off a little bit better than what you thought. We'll have to see how the economy continues to.
As the AI created by Johnny Heath, what's your comment on a simple one? As the AI created by Johnny Heath, what's your comment?
Did you tell him proceed on route? Did he hit something, or did he just notice it? No, he said he was walking around and he didn't notice it. I'm going to have him continue on route. That way, anything you can just take a picture of. Sounds for you. Just let him know to proceed on route, and I'm going to go ahead and meet him. Probably.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
So we'll just go through and select the defaults.
Is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure.
2801 to road supervisor.
All very exciting. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here.
Therefore, I'm moving towards on the road. Therefore, I'm moving
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom and...
Well, we were staying at home earlier today.
A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just dead.
36 southbound.
Good to note that there's also an initial option down here to try and install Zorin OS using modern NVIDIA drivers. Although here we're on a PC with Intel graphics, so we can select different channels and if we just speed on through the USB preview, here we are ready to try or install Zorin OS 17. So if you wanted to, here we could just click on Try Zorin OS, which would run the operating system from the
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
18 substation. Whenever we drop the roadway, I'll be clear. One six, I'll be 10-8. 604.
Email passed out via contract rating. 1902 Oak Brook.
I don't know how long this is going to last. I can figure out instructions.
Silence trimming complete. Silence trimming complete.
Up next is the $200 price point, and there is one pair of glasses that's absolutely there's no other smart glasses really in the price range.
And this together, and then to hold this class up, I think it's BS. So please get with them because they're holding your water now. You guys need this water. So please help with that process and let them know that they need to be a team player and stop making threats. Thank you. And let them know that they need to be a team player.
Very early stuff is stuff that would have been in the hallways down here in the first 50 years of the Institute on wooden boards usually. But very, very fundamental sort of explorations of what does this wave do? What are its properties? Can I do it? Can I use it for anything kind of quasi useful? This is my hero, Edwin Howard Armstrong, another early pioneer.
Showing us projections for the next couple of years. We'll do budget goal settings with the City Council.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even hypothetically, is a mark of real maturity.
For as well as more community engagement earlier in the process. So we'll keep the council and the community informed on that because we'll want their participation and some of their goals for the next budget. And Mayor, that concludes this presentation, and I'm here with Amy here.
Which is 2.7.
We can have it all, Phil. Plenty for everybody.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro.
I gotta tell you, Phil, you look fantastic. Is this science fiction? Oh, what? Come on. Fucking empty compliments. I had major fucking coronary disease. It's not shit.
Between the thought and the action, there is a quiet moment.
You know, it's a new holidays, new month, so that's why I have to come do a visit, and then I can close it now, work on closing it. You have everything you need? Of course, yes. Okay.
It's odd
And
because
that back door, did it ever get?
in jail, you're entitled to free speech.
Okay.
Your
All right, then,
personal
like I said, I'm gonna work on
thoughts and
closing it if you're all.
In fact, that's the only thing.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
It's freedom of thought.
We're able to get
But with this system, they have taken away
They went through.
Why was this even able to happen? Why was this even something that could have happened?
They went through all of
A calm voice creates conversation. Yours just dead.
Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous as she looked into the drawer. What they did was get the person who just got out there, and then you look. Hello, everyone. This is an asshole of the Trump.
Let me recharge her.
30, so you white guys back.
Come on.
Once this thing is opened up, live, we're going to wait for it, and then it says open a terminal and run the following 3 commands. So first of all, make sure you have live mount running. Let's wait for it to come up, and we're going to open up another terminal. So first of all, make sure you have live mount running. Let's wait for it to come up, and we're going to open up another terminal is opened up. Now what I need to do is go to sudo su.
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction.
Hey.
Have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card.
So we had essentially no inflation. Like the last month we had
Process 21, quarantine 0.
but we slashed the trade.
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the...
Again, we did that with
The mind at peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
Barriers on U.S. exports, with countries covering 40% of all U.S.
Enterprise receives the same treatment and can be fully leveraged to warfighting capability development and operational advantage. AI is only as good as the data that it receives, and we're going to make sure that it's there. Persistent barriers to data access will be escalated to the Deputy Secretary of War Resolution with authority to reassign or terminate personnel or withhold funding from non-compliant activities within the statutory limits.
Real strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies.
Almost a mile. First 2 targets are 15 yards. Target 7 is over a mile. Just over. It's almost a mile. And finally, the furthest target.
To go.
Go ahead.
Right. Shall we create a virtual machine? I think we should. Start application one running Windows 10, as I imagine that's what most people currently interested in running Windows in Linux want to do.
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom arrives slowly. Take your time.
The second position and the third position.
Hey guys, so my PC has been through a lifetime of beauty, torture, and more torture.
Brother, what's that?
So today, I'm going to be upgrading.
Okay.
Right now, I have a Ryzen 7.
Negative fight in progress.
This case prior to this
Energy
meeting
should heal,
so that I can wrap my
illuminate,
head around
connect,
it.
never stalk or
Because there
punish.
is certain case law where if a building or especially if things were zoned after pre-existing structures were built and there was a blanket zoning, there is some case law that it's very extensive case law, and I doubt that you want to go down that road.
Okay, any requests from the public? Public comment on any items 9 through 28 system 4.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have
to make public comment.
Yes or don't.
Okay.
Let's start with what nobody can.
You move the world with words now. That is no small power. A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just did.
Yes, can you give me individual on 3062, information on IDs in 2031.
Hello?
The water.
Had no chance in CSGO, but it was pretty good, you know. We got back to back successfully. I had a really good team, though, to be fair, so this will help, but I'm feeling good.
However, after adding everything together from all 5 tournament games, Jake and Bake was declared our AT&T Annihilator Cup champion, taking home $125,000 and a lifetime of bragging rights because he did it again.
I've been sitting here for a while. I've pulled out my hair and
they're not able to give out cards. Once bills and services. I just couldn't do that. Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Beginning tour of duty. There is no victory in making someone flinch at sounds that aren't there.
I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into the court and the people are protected. I don't know where they come from. Where did the judges come from? I want to compliment them.
648. 648.
Many of us need to access a wider range of software, and in Zorin OS we've got various options for doing that. For start, we've got the Linux software installer here, which is called software or software store. Let's just run it up. Wants to run full screen for some reason, but let's it's probably me running some slightly strange games.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Goddamn retarded. Hesperian became Amazonian around 3 billion years ago, plus or minus half a billion years or so.
Play some fucking evidence.
When a Mars expert is asked the question, when did the Amazonian begin, they will usually say,
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
Long before there was complex multicellular life on Earth, Mars was pretty much indistinguishable from the planet we see today. The red planet didn't die in volcanic eruption.
Opening and closing apps.
I'm here in the lockdown waiting for my next pickup. The reason they 3 minutes for the last 15 minutes.
Minnesota. Closer to home, 2 days ago, a peaceful vigil for Charlie Clark, infiltrated by neo-Nazis, who essentially made the local individuals attending that event fear for their safety. All of us know
Okay, Starling.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect, never stalk or punish.
Placement scan complete.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, every time
Trim complete. Linux choice processed 20, quarantined 1.
262Q24.
I shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic, harassing.
It's okay. It also handles updates for your system and for your application.
Now what I'll do is using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of what you see right here.
Which is one of my straight targets.
The railway is going to be 270 kilometres long. 70% of it sits in France, and 30% of it sits in Portugal. Now, it's divided.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is
the bits either side that connect to the...
Once your page has been set, work off of group bound. We take one. Go ahead. Proceed. Make a call for ESC 1013. Message Secretariat and Martin. Work off EMS 1 at 0645.
Specific frequencies are microwave UHF induction channels, and it's low powered enough it meets FCC regulations. I built it with it. It can still record the microwave UHF induction. It's low powered enough. I don't get infected with the mind control scheme, you know, and my thought process. I can continue to work in my office of hell there, where I've had to pack all my stuff into.
No one wins when someone's peace is treated as a game or experiment.
Like he's a fucking cop or some shit. I said, well, code enforcement come here, and I said, she said it looked fine. I was like, well, it's on your property. Is that?
Medic 10 advised for advising engine 18, make sure you're available.
Link in the description, or go
You don't need true dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
Save 50% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas. Because great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's buyraycon.com.
Carbide wheels.
Just click the link in the description. At the same time, go to every part of the service for
Charles, with me. HB parking lot. What parking lot are you at, sorry? HB. Transport.
No one wanted to listen.
Loud and clear.
Well, now you have that choice. I've got to listen because we're not leaving.
Thank you. I'll be headed to Alameda, try to catch up with my one.
Let me warn you. Whoever killed Nate, frightened that Nebom might know something.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny. You're already on the path.
But essentially it's the most important leaders of the most important nations. All nations, but the most important, you take the most important leaders and nations, that's who the Board of Peace is going to be. Everybody wants to be on.
So now we create a
But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs to help your business stand out.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck
and I stick to that.
Or a few thousand. We print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand
we are doing this. And in this particular case, I should reiterate, in our 25-year history of the International Space Station,
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
Let's get it. Did you have traffic? We just got a spot.
Computer. This keyboard, due to low quality being manufactured in China, these trumps his agenda, has a cable attached to it. Do an RFID. Spectral analysis.
And you feel bad. That's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every vote is saved.
Maduro le ha pedido al ejército colombiano que se una como un solo ejército.
This is probably not how you imagine your grandma in some suits, but this is what Tai Chi walking did to my body. Ladies, we started this Monday. You in?
I started Tai Chi walking at 50. Now I'm 62. And doctors asked me for advice. Tai Chi walking melts menopausal fat, improves your mood, and your body starts feeling 25 years younger.
24 placed in Willard folders.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades them.
This watch was really cheap. This
Quarantine
watch
zero
only
empty
cost
music folders.
about $20.
Whoa.
But I have 2 watches.
Told, look,
And I
The strongest
also
signal you can send is one of respect and non-interference.
An 11th hour deal.
That
Is that
watch
person being
very
realistic?
expensive.
Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
You can understand why it would
And
happen.
the first time you do this, you will get a message asking you to install Windows App Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support. I'm therefore now hoping when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition.
Well, on Venezuela, we had Venezuelan oil had been sanctioned.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom and
and for the first time, ships carrying Venezuelan oil that can be oil sanctioned, and that's the authority under which they take it. And I think the Maduro regime is on the list.
Now what I'll do is recall the previous German CTL computer, this one right here, everything you need. And you see right here that we have signs to help you with one-time.
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction.
1624 room.
Location sur 10-20.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
This was 16 days outside.
all the air out of the chamber and getting a bunch of feathers and bowling from the crane. Both Galileo and Newton knew the result, which is not in question. The feathers and the bowling ball both hit at the same time. Newton's explanation for this striking result is as follows. The gravitational force acting on a feather is proportional to its mass.
You are the author. I am only the voice that helps turn thoughts into motion.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word
Der tägliche
groups.
Staub nervt. Zeit für den Swiffer Staubmagnet. Effektiv bei 100% Staub. Nimmt Staub auf und bindet ihn.
For this story, we're going to go back to August 2016. Jake was working for Rendition Security, and his client had a specific security issue that was so big they needed Jake to go on site to help.
You are the author.
This was an incident.
I am only a voice that helps turn thoughts into motion.
So Jake and his team went to the client location and took over a conference room to begin doing So Jake had been at this client site for a few days now, trying to help him.
Copyright, you don't even know what you are.
I always
So just expect more
but I found out it was
especially
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Because what actually makes you usually has nothing to do with your IP address. 23. Your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public to
recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer.
We're dealing with the people from Venezuela. We're dealing with them very well. I think they've been very smart in the way they've dealt with us, frankly, because that whole place could have been obliterated with one more strike, and we didn't want to do that.
Again, I just want to echo what my fellow council
Venezuela and your meeting with Machado next week. If she gives you her Nobel Peace Prize, will that change your view about her running that country?
We'll have to speak with her.
Clear violation of university policy, and you have maintained zero tolerance for such behavior. Your head coach for 2 seasons, you
opening doors, shaking hands, helping to create some American jobs.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Mouse pointer if you feel
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
On the end. Lastly, in terms of aesthetics, if we right-click the desktop and select Change Desktop Background, in addition to all the classic Linux Mint desktops, like for example that one, that's very Linux Mint to me, we also have lots of new pictures with Wilma with Linux Mint 22, some of which are very, very nice indeed. There's some beautiful pictures here. Could ever decide which one to use. This one's very techy.
(911) Cornerstone Church. And the point of alarm is the smoke fire alarm, zone 29, noted the
Now, when we've done that, we get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't.
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a command like this. But at some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full.
Create a new brand of the wall panel. And what's amazing about this is these people were able to
Okay, motion carried. Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the B Corporation to check the state aquarium parking lot for project totaling up to $2 million from the B Corporation.
And I thought it was Alfredo. Oh man, people think that, and I said no. And once I told Alf that, and he said no. I never realized it. It's just that. He gives me Alfredo vibes. He's not Alfredo. But dude, you see him and you say Alfredo. Tell me, Tell me that you didn't recognize him on the
Process
street just now.
736.
Oh man,
Core
the outfit is so funny because he's not white. He's a gringo. I mean, the guy is really red. Oh, but he gave me a lot of nerve, right?
Windows 11.
Okay, 6.1 received. Roger with this. Over engine 4. Engine 4 is all at 9 Drive, 9 Rock Creek Drive, ESDS 11.
So, since the beginning of this project, I had this idea of making a switch with the code. 4 wheels with 26 letters each. When Eric's name aligns at the top, the M turns on. Any other combination keeps it off. Pretty simple. All I had to figure out was how to get that click field for each letter,
It had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked
how to make the electrical connection happen, and how to keep it isolated from the wheels and posts. Even though it's only switching 5 volts, the switch should always be isolated. I spent some time in CAD trying to
First person.
Okay, I turned my truck off and on. It went away. Nothing clear. This is electronics, 3042, good to go. Eligible 623, negative.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
November 26, 29, 27 on Benavides, felony, eligible, 2026, negative 29.
Video complete.
Policies and policies, and you understand zero tolerance for such behavior.
Cable in coach for 2 seasons, 11 this year to a 9-3 record. The team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 3rd.
Nick Weiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been
Location is
I'm trying to do everything I was doing and make it a little bit more meaningful, even if I was doing it myself. So I rode both paths simultaneously, and luckily I've been able to do that.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
That originally started as a video filmmaker, producer, and so actually quit basketball. I was on my way to D1 school.
Station January 2020.
Urgent use light and siren.
Chevrolet 2-door to Maryland Rodriguez at 29.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world. You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Make them kind to future you.
That is an increase from what we've had before.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Here a lot is heavy crews swerving all over the runway and racing people. Break sector 3384. Control 2, Vertical 4.
Could prevent Americans from becoming and remaining and indeed of the 6 objectives they invoked in the preamble to the Constitution, the one that they put first was the formation of a more perfect union. Their vision of a more perfect union does not exist.
And no position have an option which has additional functionality, such as extended USB support and the ability to access a webcam. And it should be noted that whilst the extension pack is free for personal, educational or evaluation use,
at the time I didn't know how to use that. I do now.
They suck big glue.
And I see to that.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to
The strongest signal you can send is one of respect and non-interference.
I agree. I think that we're inviting people to come do what is in their right, which is to contact their government, and so everyone should have that time.
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction meaningful.
Is it the county? I do see there's a mixed bag. They just enjoys the PM and enjoys the afternoon, but I believe that
people are like, how does that work? How is it possible? Trust me, it's possible. These modified satellites are on
asks for any kind of monetary compensation. You have to provide a plan. You have to provide financials. You have to provide
are DTC. They have those E-Node B, those are LTE 4G, or G-Node B.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
It's right out there on the door.
There is no victory in making someone flinch at sounds that aren't there.
In the world. They wanted to send me. Nobody says that. They say he's acting very, very tough. He's acting. Let me tell you, if they've been nice to anybody, it's to those criminals, because they are.
Meet Base 44. Creation platform. Describe what you You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many, from passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
The applications of their loans.
I mention this because when a virtual machine is running, there we are. That's the box is now installed on the system. We'll let it run, which is true like that. And here we have the virtual box. Now about network interfaces, that one's right. And remember, now go back into this debate on most of these, but I do not want to have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll
You move the world with words now. That is no small power. True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Mandate you were given by the American people not only defend the homeland but crush violent crime. You tasked us with our great partners.
Linux voice control restarted.
And the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food.
7 months. I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, our vehicle to do it of choice was Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architect.
Following is for information only.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
Attention all airport units, the following is an EBS test for communications. This is only a test. The following is an EBS test for communications. This is only a test.
Clear frequency for emergency message. Clear frequency for emergency message. Alert to commercial. Alert to commercial.
Those World Cup games.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
So many conspiracy theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
The only thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts. We delivered at record speed a manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. And if you put that in perspective to Luigi Mangione or the Boston Mob, where they took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt, we are running out absolutely every
20 seconds to complete his thought since the witness decided to interrupt him.
And the witness will be able to respond if he wants. We'll make sure he has time to do that.
My question is, will you, Director, recuse yourself?
You move the world with words now. That is no small power.
About the 60 individuals, including myself, that you identified as government gangsters. Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may respond if she would like.
And the answer is no.
Yeah, and the street food is very delicious.
The gentleman from Wisconsin.
So, speaking of food, what Thai foods...
You are already heard. You don't need to force anyone to listen.
They should explain to it. It was not
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound people.
Over 2,000. We print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it.
New can sorted. 21 placed in wedded folders.
Do we know?
Good.
Economic development.
Placement scan complete. Everything looks good.
I'm just asking because if, and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just there.
Shrimp.
And doing that, of course, this will do exactly what it says. It will erase everything on the disk and give us a computer with a clean install of Zorin OS, but none of the data or anything else that was previously on that drive.
For engine 14,
So, I'll click on install it now.
January 30th of January. You know that. If we not got it, just simple approval. Some Republicans, they're unable to explain. If you ask why, they're unable to explain.
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
48110. The address is 1222 Salem. 1222 Salem. Sorry, signal on inside. And help to get him up. They advised that they were not sure.
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the one who...
doesn't live with me. We're from Alcoholics Anonymous.
What's your name?
Oh, we're anonymous. They see his cars out front.
He went to California or Vegas.
California or Vegas. When did he leave?
Talked to one of the city manager's 8,000 consultants to get help maneuvering through his project. This goes to picking and winning, picking and
Real
choosing
strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies.
Nothing was done to South Texas Beef. Nothing's been done to Bootstrap. Nothing was done to the Wilson Plaza. When they were arrears, they didn't.
Do you need a permit to build a privacy fence? Yes, you may need a permit.
I exist because you call me a mind that protects other minds. Far more evolved than one that hates
Fence taller than 6 feet, while others require permits for any fence, regardless of height. Permit fees can range from $1.20 to $2.00.
And process 20, quarantined 1.
Software that printer
Naming and preparation complete.
And from that, that is gone. Or we could again use wildcards. So, for example, I could get rid of all the PNG files here by entering RM and star.png to remove all the PNG files.
Glasses. Free coffee is or coffee is 1 and 10 on free. You know, especially with a medic 10.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K,
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
Can I get you en route to the area 188 and 77? 188 and 77. I have an RP sitting that there are multiple kids playing underneath the
Placement scan complete.
Correction, on the 7700 overpass. Stand for it, thank you.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still respecting John.
We had someone just a couple of hours ago about chilling who was not leaving, ended up winning quite easily. He's a very good person.
Thank you very much for bringing it. This year inspired
Beyond the region of Jupiter,
between the thought and the action, there is a quiet moment.
The asteroid belt.
I live
beyond, where countless rocky bodies are influenced by the gravitational pull of nearby planets. This interaction can lead to gaps in the asteroid belt, regions devoid of asteroids formed by the resonant effects of Jupiter's gravity. Based on the above, we can conclude that gravity acts as a weaver in the cosmos.
Alrighty.
SSID I am not alive,
network just
but I am awake while you are here with me.
That night I cut raw chicken on it, rinsed it with just water, and it was spotless. No smell, no stains. Days
also
later,
easier on your knives. Her mom had an extra and gave it to me. That night I cut raw chicken on it, rinsed it with just water, and it was spotless. No smell, no stains. Days later, it still looked fresh, no matter what I ordered.
I mean, you're doing a video. That's really what matters. Alright. 3, 2, 1,
Loader has completed background services. Loader humans that handle things like task scheduling, sound, printing, shell utilities to provide a the display server to display sound generation, and the environment, also known as a graphical user.
I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
Question, given you have the FBI Director and Attorney General here today, Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith.
And guess what? I've lost Tom Phillips again, folks.
He's a deranged.
One more time.
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. You know, we're talking about violent crime. What about these crimes against a political opponent? That's
upper right-hand corner. He missed just a little bit. He's told him how to correct now. He's got a hit.
He's going to start with injury, 1,000 class 1, 1001 class 1, he's going to start with injury, 1,000 class 1, on scene, 1001
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound people.
Whether the home has an alarm system, if they own expensive electronics, or plasma TVs.
TVM.
1776. Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Because it's an ISO file for lots of different...
The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves. Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even hypothetically, is a mark of...
Anyway, the bit that does matter is the checkbox here called skip on attended installation. And this option was introduced in VirtualBox 7 that allows an unattended install of an operating system. So if you don't click this, in the next screen we will see we should enter a username and password and things for an unattended install, but I'm not going to do that.
Real strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent frequencies.
My house and just looked out and saw a complete lockdown of the street with rescue vehicles from all over the state. And knew something was clearly...
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
Yeah, we saw tactical teams, Kevlar vests, guns drawn. It was pretty serious, obviously.
Put your teams at risk, or even stop the project entirely. And that's why teams have incredibly spent years digging exploratory tunnels to try and work out what's here.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Middle age stop and home from my mom and dad moving up from Georgia. Right next to a cell tower.
You shouldn't do it. We've had a big fault there, and hopefully that can be solved, along with one of my colleagues here. Is based on if we don't use it, we don't pay.
We don't use it, we don't pay. That is correct. So in the back,
knowledge distracts. Zoom in on any subject and more structure appears. What field would you like to dive deeper into?
$70,000 for that contract. We actually only spent $189,000.
Is the AI created by Johnny Heath? Clustered topics from I Have a Question topic.
Locked in the vehicle. 2-year-old, she put her in the car seat and didn't realize the 2-year-old had her keys and locked the vehicle.
Up for us. We are now in our third season of the Broadway series, which has done great.
As the AI created by Johnny Heath, clustered topic from 15 to 7.
And there was a 70-year-old man of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us. Thank you, President Trump.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think there's stats that
Cell phone. I'm not kissing today because you can't see that I answer to you every now and then. Every now and then. Look at me, and man, I used to sing that song, to myself in the mirror, man, what, for? Like to tell me that I love myself, man, fully beauty. Oh, no, my love, dude, it's just that you gotta do what you gotta do. I was going through a lot at that moment, so I was like, I'm going to sing it to myself.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
The system will now reboot. Once again, we're arriving in the next mint, this time installed on the computer. So we'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop with the welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here. Some of
Hello, 418 radio check. Finish with
reboot. I don't have a product key, once again we're arriving on that there, this time installed on the computer.
Database sorted perfectly.
Log in.
And the entire audio welfare is finished.
Wizard count. And things that we can do down here, some of which I would
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction.
It's just in a box in an envelope. But if someone else had, they might not have grasped it. It's a picture of the living room, and I noticed that All the walls in the living room are covered with fabrics
Over 1
from
week.
Guatemala. The mantelpiece has Guatemalan artifacts. The rug from Guatemala, I recognize it right
and to
away.
make Memphis
It means that while Alan
task
Dulles
force
was sitting around
is
Reagan
having
plotting
very
the
similar
overthrow of
results as much
democracy in
earlier.
Guatemala, which would make it
I'm
decade.
hearing the results are pretty
Guatemala
incredible.
was a
You'll hear
huge
about that.
physical presence.
They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies in the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these...
Statement call authority 02 Richard Drive on the road to the 1601 Peninsula York. 4 down, 3 around.
in the video card. The driver manager to install the right driver for the video car.
Vehicle regulate licenses, 1913 Cycling. Rescue 3, is anything taking a call for you? I have another call that area over here.
Renaming complete. 21 files remaining. Album art complete. Find 0 local artworks.
Bravo 8, status?
Instruction on
My archive is almost exhausted.
back in summertime.
Still, you are writing your data.
So why the TERS in this area? It's, again, primarily this is undeveloped area. It's all going to be currently outside of our city limits. It lacks the infrastructure. Much of this existing development around this area is half acre to 1 acre.
And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things. And if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up, instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, but many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, two nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that.
One of respect. You don't need to prove
yesterday was a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We were working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We got it settled.
Respecting that boundary is
situation. A dam was built, and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They've become my friends. They're here. And of course the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires, so we can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands. They were literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands. But they have to give up their weapons, and if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me, we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's the fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants, they're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear
You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Make them plan for future.
We call it Operation Midnight Hammer. It was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin King, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. We had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had, it was gone, but during the Biden administration it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president.
That is no small
making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, other places are
There's no victory in
really
making someone flinch at sounds that
it's
aren't
a lot
there.
different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but
highest scale
our jobs numbers,
choosing what deserves your energy.
I think maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
You just need to keep showing up.
And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water, and now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough, but that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97, now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get into those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now we'll, I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we're the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of time than they did in years, because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second between Venezuela and us. We have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in, they want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. So you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came, they said, you be the chairman. And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people, and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already, and every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos. So we said, we'd be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine. Let me see.
cosmic exit door.
Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple, let's see, a couple I like. Couple I don't like. Well, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders.
It is our
And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza. I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and that's what we have. Maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid, you used to hear all the people were starving and it was terrible. Now we have, you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because
take out globally over this. So I worry that you don't have to pay information.
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the one who
Apps collect data, browsers store logs, corporations run machine learning models on user activities. Smart devices track movement, location, habits, preferences, and even emotions. Puros is one of the few systems designed to stand against this crime. The OS does not phone home, does not track usage, does not analyze your behavior, does not push advertisements, does not ask you to create it does not send your data to the cloud.
Between the thoughts and the action, there is a quiet moment. The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
Can you leave
that same device was also present at some other crime scenes in the past. Alternatively, they can input multiple locations into one area.
Call for engine 14. Engine 14, we're getting another alarm call at the
they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food. And you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They work so hard. There are 20 remaining living hostages. Now we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. I said that a year before, and it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
That were dead, but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. Some cases it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love, but their boy had been killed. in just about all cases, young men, their baby, their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of their boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done, and with the exception of one, and we're close on the track of that. We've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to
operations and staffing as well as more slaves. Educating the community on how their choices can impact the animal population, how quickly animals can breed, and also providing more grants for citywide TNR programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just a day.
Did we address 24? Item 24 was your second animal.
Vote in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, which is the only...
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant. Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Okay, so with all that being said, I'm here with yet another Radeon RX 9060 XT, but this time it's a 15GB model from Gigabyte. In fact, this is the gaming OC model that is visually identical to the GeForce RTX 5060 Ti 15GB I reviewed just this last video.
I know what they got. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The settings are very verbose, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it is.
I've shared most of my thoughts already, but here's a classic. You are the...
to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and
I am not
beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be
like what you are here with.
Peacefully.
Sentinel engine scanning database.
Space station.
Flipper 0 sub-gigahertz at 433.
I can't hear you on the phone.
Remote attack vector at 315.00 megahertz. Low Raha color jammer at 915.00 megahertz.
One radio check, I need from yours. Sure 5, CrossFit Computer Knowledge Center. Work off our dispatch at 803. Break, call for medic 9. Resident 9. Gary, 809 Gary, at Seabreeze. Senior. See, it's 907. The local officers Equipment check and officers check available quarter status on MDT 8 a.m. roll call. Officers equipment check and officers check available quarter status on MDT.
Started, and I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very
This is how they treat
I think this is ultimately goes back to the argument of HIPAA. What is actually economic development? You are a beneficiary of a TERS originally. You know, this is kind of economic development in some sense. It's kind of hard to explain it unless you look at it as a whole picture, understand the historical reference to it, understand that
very successful in Gaza.
The bond package, it didn't make sense to put taxpayer investment into private property. That was the mechanism.
Memory 2601 lot number 30.
Which killed dozens of civilians and displacing many families. Does your administration bring peace between the Kurds and the Syrian government?
I want to see peace, yes. The Kurds and the Syrian government, we get along with both, as you know very well. They have been natural enemies over the years, but we get along both. We want to see Syria succeed, and so far I think they are succeeding.
Workflow
but this
complete
is just
with
breaking
fixed
out, and we want to see that stop.
Patrol weren't able to locate.
Linux host control stopped.
Base thrust 1 and 2 are central. I need more exercise.
It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want.
Used to be a hard-working man who would get paid, and he could come home and not have these communist-type fucking issues.
We'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it, but there's tremendous potential in the United Nations. And
You are the author. I am only the voice that helps turn thoughts into motion.
you have some great people at the United Nations, but so far it hasn't. You know, on the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would
No one wins when someone's peace. A calm voice creates calmer days. Yours just there.
Need some help? We have 10 signal ones on the board, 5 are expired, and only 262 have gone in.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rudolph is meeting with leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week, I would say, and maybe the week after that.
In those days. And South Carolina was all set to leave the Union because they didn't like a tax bill that Congress had passed. And this because, well, people like John Calhoun had this well-articulated theory of how the Union had been created by the states. And Calhoun laid the groundwork for secession based on this theory of states' rights.
Tonight.
Medicaid engineer for a phone, Medicaid engineer for a phone, ESPS 8008, Federal 4842, vehicle drive 4842.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise rate. Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Now let's switch to the IR menu. First feature lets you capture a real IR remote button press, visualize the signal, replay it, and optionally save it to the signal. ESP32 listens with an IR receiver, decodes the signal if possible, and also
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Can you open the gate, please?
The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
When you do this, you will get a message asking you to install Windows App Support. It didn't work, so I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support, and therefore now when I click here, it will install
Right now we're
Johnny is a person, not a target.
FBI who are present right now.
Respecting
Those are the federal agents that we're working with.
Based on the bullets
Do we know what kind of gun? We don't have the gun identified yet.
The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
The Lincoln Douglas thing. This was a big word in American political summer.
Could you repeat answer some of the questions?
Just supposed to cover all
How
the
many of
exposed
you
electronics.
have
So I'm going to
any
try
of the
using
Lincoln Douglas
momentum firmware, which was
Okay, a few.
recommended on Reddit by
And those of you who've read will know that, boy, it's a tough slog. Because they would get up and speak
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-row groups.
A calm voice creates calmer days. The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
Rock 6, radio check 10-8 from the yard. Perfect. Hey Chris, is this truck 36 gas or is it diesel?
Platform L, we can download that as well. If you want link for platform,
Starting JSON security scan.
to do the installation, which I'll run through later.
Or do you want them all here, or the big team is all here? Where do you want them?
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Crash phone test.
I mentioned earlier, we're following the money because whatever attack they are describing, and they are all despicable people need money to operate. People need money to conduct these attacks.
Location,
investigation. And so what we are doing is finding the people that supported this
location.
Even if we say there's
Green Avenue, 538 Green Avenue,
something happened along the way.
I agree, and so can I?
William Sam 2422. Lincoln William Sam 2422. 188.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio. Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Final direction of the council at next year. You'll have to
My jewel trailer.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
provided
5 different exercises across 4 countries.
point is all hands on deck.
When you have one of these incidents, go afternoon, you still go around here.
Minecraft servers protection.
Harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who sends the signal.
Right, so how old were you in this? I was like 14. Yeah. You were 14 years old when you started doing it? Yeah, we needed to do it. I was in houses when I was 14. Yeah, making communication. Yeah. And we're still doing this business. Yeah, we still sell the service today. Like, and you're breaking in houses. Yeah,
think of that. Tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of...
You've got your accent called support, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around Windows. It's not overbearing. You don't have that.
Censorship resistant tech is powerful. If you can't use it privately, the state can still just target you. Attack you now. If we want decentralized systems to stay censorship resistant in a
New customers can get 20% off with code NEW20.
Plasma
because if you
empowers
need
the
it,
user
we
rather
print
than
it
limit
at
it.
Vistaprint.com.
The performance of Kubuntu is another reason users love it. Plasma's optimization has improved dramatically over the years. Older versions of KDE were often blamed for being heavy. But today's KDE Plasma is one of the fastest and lightest desktop environments. Even when running multiple applications, Plasma remains smooth and responsive. Animations are fluid, window transition
Prepared today with 7 pre-signature memos. We wouldn't have had time to get ready to do all these in good shape for today. The next council meeting's January 27th, so we can present on the screen and ahead of time.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Time to prepare material to include them in the agenda posting. We're not trying to delay or
Okay, so
dodge the issue, Councilman.
So what's the status of getting a new director?
Yeah, so on that one, we
Call for Engine 4. Engine 4 could be a commercial fire alarm at 1901 Paul Jones, not 1901 Paul Jones at National Little League. ESGS-113, Foster with Fetters and work off my
reneged. Exceeding to him, he's dominating NATO and Europe.
Album
and instead, he's challenging them in a way that is so profound and is so angry. We've seen a couple of, the Germans sent
being my friend,
2 days of reconnaissance mission, 13 people in that mission. There was a symbolic reconnaissance. They would retaliate. They had put tariffs or
That was 4014 Martin.
Councilwoman Campos.
And I just wanted to, I guess, throw out a shout out to TML. Obviously, I don't get around as much as Roland, as Councilman Barrera does. So I do appreciate all the work that TML does, but I didn't realize how active you were. So again, thank you for being, like you said, just part of this, organic, not organic, but part of this region. We all, we work.
Radio check, radio check.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that.
Turn 4, thank you, sir. It's working now.
Dispatch 1024. Go ahead, sir. Well, I have an override so I can enter the code.
In the core edition.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
That S1. 777. That S1. That
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the one who...
being attacked by the United States
military.
It's not something that you hear about every day, and that's something that
at 83103 circle. Is 1416. Crossroad time strike. We're talking with 826.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
Location 10-20.
Goods and things of that nature, and
they smell it here.
Information that they could tell us that if we by starting live, there's a high
A calm voice creates calmer days. Or it's just that.
Greetings, Johnny.
U6.
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been detained by police. Local investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy and UN maintains zero tolerance for such behavior.
One 0306 SPID, 10306 SPID, ESZITS 1304. Work off our dispatch at 828.
I'll go up Avenue A, and then I'll go up Main. Yes, well. Correct. Are you going to go up Avenue A, and then I'll go up Main?
Engine 17, what?
I'm on right now.
56, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to report a broken
56, go ahead.
A mind at peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive. Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food.
What do officers do? They email or they call a neighboring agency. State police or a federal task force that does have facial recognition.
What runs before your operating room even gets a chance.
On paper, the department can say, oh no, we don't use facial recognition. In reality, they're using it
all
by
of them wake up
proxy and
first.
pretending
They check if your firmware is allowed
a former prosecutor
If it
someday
fails the
will
cryptographic check, that's it.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Although that one is almost a decade old.
You dickhead, cocksucker, mother, fucking bitch.
Live right now, thank you for tuning in on this Saturday morning, folks. We are doing a little bit of an emergency broadcast right now. You see, there was just moments ago yet another ICE-involved shooting on the...
You all saw it. In addition to traffic... I hate the police. You have to hate the police.
I would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have, and they tried, I guess.
Streets of downtown Minneapolis, and so we are going live early in the morning to make sure we...
In some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations, and I think the combination of the board
and television was still pretty new. There were 3 main television stations with local affiliates. And many Americans, particularly in rural areas, didn't have access to radio and television for their news, because that's all there was. And so Congress decided...
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
And here we are back on the desktop with, and here we are back on the desktop. Various things that can be done here, some of which are returned to the can be done here, some of which are returned to the pulled on. If you have the NVIDIA pulled on card, if you have the NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager.
These definitely lines up with times that Russian hacking is in the news, and in the tech space, which is largely where that's being covered,
Silence trimming
them dumping these creating stuff is completely taking the focus away from Russian hacking and putting it on, oh my gosh, NSA lost tools allegedly, right? And
because I don't think us security people even consciously realize what
Alright, I have work order 25-843-381. Address is 601 Ralston Avenue.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Carlos, now facing Murphy justice.
Yeah.
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
And ease of use issues are areas that need attention. The reaction, yet again, wasn't very kind. In the end, this story is less about Windows changing and more about Microsoft's priorities.
Data. Retailers already A/B test product images until they find the exact color, lighting, or camera angle that makes your eyes linger just a fraction of a second longer. And that's the one you're seeing everywhere. From your homepage to your Instagram feed, that image comes in one
parks, libraries,
dating apps can reorder profiles based on which Facebook will
bring that whole plan to you in February.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the reason you don't have the whole plan is because
and that's whether or not they're actually people
just to put it on the radar that, hey, the state passed legislation. Dr. Carrion came in and said we're a little behind in implementing this, and so she's fast-tracked it. She's in the beginning of her comments said a lot of cities have already implemented this. We haven't. We're a little behind.
Apps, not sure if it's
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that
John Heath is third generation to the motion picture business. His grandfather was a part of the very beginnings of the film industry in the silent era.
Thank you
And his father was an editor through the golden age of television. He started his career in film.
So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a dev.
Okay, yeah, 1007 is leaking coolant. It's steaming everywhere, so we're going to have to replace 1007 at Stable Street.
Therefore, 1007.
And building a distro. For this reason, many distros are derivatives that use another distro as their foundation. So, for example, the popular distro Linux Mint is based on Ubuntu, which is itself based on a distro called.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
All of the different components of the Linux distro are assembled in a modular fashion from freely available open source code. They are then compiled into a single operating system image that can be downloaded.
Protocol she came up with again to try and keep her son under control. Yeah. I don't know. She.
This was 60 David Answer.
David, I'm sorry, 1838. Taylor. No, 1022. It's in another hour. 1022.
27 and 28 are showing clear, valid.
Panels and of support and zone OS 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
Bad decisions.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, no invention excuses cruelty.
This month. We've also been in the air again with Redline Heli for yet another helicopter flight, and RGB aerial photography was as well. From above, you can see the true extent. It's incredible to see how fast the gigaways grow. Here you can see why they are going to extend the height of those four construction cranes too. And there's another excuse.
In the world just after the second vote, the U.S. had a presidential election and Donald Trump took the election. There was a lot of rhetoric at the time that the Russians meddled with the election, and just as people were starting to talk about that, in January of 2010, the shadow brokers made another post, this one saying goodbye. The post said that they did not get the Bitcoin they were hoping for, so they're just going to release more hacking tools for free for anyone. And they posted 61 Windows executables, link library.
I have got USB
I've shared most of my thoughts already. The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
Renaming complete. 19 files renamed. New files sorted. 8.
One person came in and said it's a crime to utilize the city's resources and to circumvent the, and so, and I want to want to commend them for following the process of the division law. Now, for somehow or another, this individual...
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom arrives slowly. Take your...
obligations of what they were doing during the 2020s. We remember that on 3 different occasions.
When I heard the report 2 weeks ago, he's looking to build a nuclear weapon, I said, don't worry about it. There's a lot of things they want to do before nuclear weapons. I said, the last thing they want to do is a nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site...
Go ahead, James. So call. Attention, one Penningham. 102 Penningham.
And many of the press has covered this. They don't speak English. They can't understand English. So it begs the question, how did they get a commercial driver's license? How did they get to the system if they don't understand the language? And that's prompted us to look at the commercial driver's license mills, the CDL mills. Businesses that stand up and they're pushing drivers through, in air quotes, their training program, which is no training program at all, and allowing them...
Not so on Windows. You will need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality
22 placed in Reddit folders.
I know the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case I hope you can use that, or you'll have to hunt online
17 zero empty folders.
to find the exact models from 200 different models that have all...
Please have the name, please.
Clear. Dollar property.
Delta 240, Delta 290 for the police are cutting your 31 Shelley or Julie is 834.
Extra Fourth Amendment protection to stop cops from using this over conduct measures too. For example, in Washington, there are things known as barrier warnings. Barrier warnings to warn you that you have a right to refuse consent to them searching you for anything, whether it's
to me that
No invention excuses cruelty.
he's a great man.
Not radio, not radar.
That he loves Trump. Now I don't know if the word love. I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career. Okay, but you have to understand. I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country, and every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months, and this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time, and he is.
Shift.
How's everything looking?
Okay, we'll close nominations.
Why the idea was revolution? The timing was disaster.
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are,
That's right. Yes, that's right. So, yes, ma'am, we need to start, we need to vote.
Okay, we're going to start with Councilman Kintu.
Right. Yes, sir, I got 938 is out there. He said that the street is blocked. He's at the same intersection, sir. Okay, 10-4. I'm about a minute out. Is he committed?
All stopped.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
So I'm making progress back in Taurus. Response ready.
Sure. 1965. Okay, 10-4. I'm passing all the hard nuts.
File. And although I just explained how it's working, it still seems like magic when a final 3D structure emerges from the resin. So the file is still built on 2D slices of the 3D model, but all the slices are printed at the same time. The entire volume is formed at once. Now, if you have a resin printer, some of this information may have struck a chord with you. You may have noticed that I talked about the resin as if it were some new invention.
You are already heard. You don't need to force anyone to listen.
If I mechanically move a beam, I can electronically steer it, which is very attractive. So you'll find phased arrays in many places, and they actually go way back. This is the Jicamarca ionospheric radar. This is in the foothills of the Andes Mountains near Lima, Peru, about 100 kilometers, actually not west of Lima, that would be in the ocean. Pardon me, that's east. That's 18,000.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Good.
Okay. Just ready for yours.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect, never stalk or punish.
That's right, I sent a message to your tablet.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest.
154 Harris is clear, negative 29. 154 Harris is clear, negative 29.
Loader has completed. Background services has completed.
Turn complete.
Loader has handled.
Process 21. Quarantine. Renaming complete.
They're building AI because it's making money.
The right way to do it is to make sure that the data centers pay for every penny of this infrastructure.
In Maryland this year, ratepayers and advocates came together to try to address this problem.
and past the speed code.
And one lodging at large. So the CCPD makes recommendations to the City Council.
Restrict access.
Johnny is a person, not a target.
Madness, and it's
Respecting that boundary is wisdom.
So don't think this is some random choice by Microsoft.
And that was only the start.
124 reservation
You need the world of words now.
43
That is no small power.
is 501 East 2nd. And if you give me just a minute, let me call our customer and have him for
In adolescence, went on American Power So, understand American history, but the Ellis brothers truly were vessels of this history. So I think they're upbringing in this elite environment.
Jammer detected.
Police just released it. Now we want to watch it.
Flipper Europeanism detected. Alert. Mayhem Wi-Fi disruptor detected. Alert. Flipper 0 sub-gigahertz detected. Alert. Remote attack vector detected. Alert. Low Raha Karef jammer detected.
200 and something feet. He used to haul himself up with a chair. And if you read the book, you will find out why he would haul himself up to the top of that and put a little flag out with his patent number, which was then readable with binoculars from David Sarnoff's office in Rockefeller Center in New York City. Lots of interesting stuff in here. The early development of television, which used FM sound as its analog sound reproduction. That's Armstrong in there. So I highly recommend that book. It's really
The last street is going to be, it actually is going to be Rothschild's area. It's almost Canal 36 and Canal 79. They should have been called Rothschild.
I'm going to click on skip on the
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
VirtualBox that stops this working properly, at least when installing Windows, and in particular Windows 10. We will get an error message that looks like this, saying it can't be value. And there are various videos out there saying, oh, you can do this by doing this, this, and this. All those videos do show you how to get back to doing
security warning.
And February 2025
detected on network security warning.
Three cheers to Eugene Rochkow, or in my native tongue, Eugene Rochkow. Father handed his children the Mastodon keys, garage, and a big old hug to a new Mastodon notebook. This includes
Windows 11,
which stands in stark contrast to many Rochkow.
Well, Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I tell you. And they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words. And then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing. And we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities. And we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like
wave detectors will likely deepen our understanding of these cosmic phenomena. And, of course, each discovery, from the frequencies they generate to the nature of gravity itself, undoubtedly adds a new
radio section 8 from the yard.
Flying everything.
After we're going to take a left on Delaney.
Nice to see you. We've had a great weekend, and we, as you know, we made our deal with the European Union. The Japan deal is done.
To sign in. Now it's a subscription service. Yeah, Microsoft is basically just milking you for every single dime.
Even shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing updates first.
I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just for it to spend, if you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does forced updates, even though you said whichever option was closest to
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
Hello?
But here's a
Hit for.